I just need somewhere to plug this in.
Dirk, do you know where he can plug in his?
Over here's the plug. Over there.
Is it on? Louder?
30-second delay. Hang on.
Oh, okay, so you gotta wait 30 seconds.
Well, 30 seconds to hear what you just said. You were good.
Is
I'm
it
good.
on now?
All right, well, that's good.
Because we want, if we can.
I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order, and our first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there any public for the Finance Committee meeting agenda? Any public comment for the Finance Committee meeting? Last call for public comment. Seeing or hearing none, I will close the public comment period. Discussion and possible action on the financial management summary dated June 6, 2022. Mr. Bucci, if you would take us through the summary, that would be terrific.
Okay, good evening. So by the end of May, we had really done a deep dive in pretty much every account, trying to just make sure we had things properly categorized, that we were trying to find ways to mitigate the deficit, the deficiency that we've had since, that we've really known about over the last 7 months. Where we are right now is we're projecting a shortfall for this fiscal year at $575,000. Last month it was roughly $540,000 or so. The problem we're running into is we have expenditures coming in areas where we're already over budget. For instance, legal fees at an $80,000 budget. We're now at roughly $168,000 for the year. Part of that is due to the fact that we've got collective bargaining agreements going on. We had the teacher agreement, we had arbitration, we've got agreements going on at this point. The big one, of course, is employee benefits. We started out the year knowing employee benefits was in the hole. At that time, roughly $839,000. We've managed to get it down to roughly $741,000 for the year. It's pretty much two items. It's the health insurance premiums, which are this year roughly $497,000 over last year, but, I'm sorry, over the budget, but over last year, it's actually only 300,000 over last year, and when you look at last year or this year, and you look at the 8% premium increase that occurred at the beginning of this year, that's 360,000, so had it been budgeted properly, we probably would have been under budget at this point. The other one, of course, the big one is pension contribution, which is Seymour's. That was budgeted at 437,000. It's coming in at 678. Last year it was 605. The 678 is a combination of two things. One, increased payrolls as a result of just salaries. And the other one is, of course, it was a 1.5% increase in the Seymour's rate this year over last year, which was also not factored in. So when you look at the just the health insurance account in and of itself, that at 741, we've managed to mitigate that down about $150,000, $160,000 in other areas to get it down to 575. As I said last month, I really don't see where we're going to materially pick up that much more between now and the end of June, which is several months away. Professional services, again, I mentioned briefly. Legal fees, we have some para-educator costs, in that category. We've been retaining para-educators through an outside agency. There's huge variance, positive variance, sitting in non-certified staff because we don't have full-time para-educators on payroll, but we are getting them through the outside service. We still having multiple variance in 300,000 plus range as a result of not having filled these positions. It's not an ideal situation. It places a lot of burden on teachers, and it makes it difficult for us to fulfill our IEP requirements. So clearly going forward, Dr. Compton and Ms. Dents are working on trying to make sure that we get enough para-educators in the district. Energy, we actually got a little bit lucky. The costs for the remainder of this year as it relates to electricity have not spiked the way we thought they were going to spike, so we are actually projecting to come in pretty much on budget for the entire energy budget. Our bus fuel has managed to stay at or near budget for the year, slightly under as a result of obviously running fewer buses because of combined routes and canceled routes, etc. We've also settled into a new bus fuel contract for next year in tandem with Ansonia and Region 16, which is quite favorable for us. So we're looking forward to having our bus fuel rates hold consistent. Infrastructure services, there's really nothing there. Transportation, we got our final credit in from All-Star. It was $119,000 for the year. It's fair. We settled that in connection with the transportation contract. Altogether, we've come out of this, I think, in pretty good shape as it relates to transportation. We've gotten the final payment in on the excess cost recovery grant related to special education, district tuition and transportation. That came in at $716,000. I've been projecting for the last several months it was going to be around $700,000. We've applied the full amount of that credit. $100,000 of it was applied against transportation. The other $616,000 was applied to out-of-district tuition. Supplies is over budget primarily due to textbooks and curriculum materials that were purchased this year that were necessary. And aside from that, the last item is we are now required, the Board of Education is now required to formally submit to them for a transfer fund request for the $575,000 so that we can reconcile the budget this year to, or the actual expenditures this year to the funds that we've received this year. We've already discussed this with the appropriate people at the town hall. Compton and I had a meeting several weeks ago, and as a matter of going through the formality and requesting that the board consider this transfer request. This document has been attached to the narrative that needs to be signed off on. I prepared it and signed it because I'm taking ownership of it. Dr. Compton obviously approved it as the superintendent, and it needs to go to the board before we can submit it to town.
Yeah, this is something we just need in closing out the year. It's very important that the board give that formal approval. We did have a nice downtown to kind of wrap some things up, as well as closure of the audit. And I would just like to say too, it great to be there to sit down. As you all know, we totally utilized what was legal, feasible with ESSER funds to get down to the $500,000 balance. Should be in great shape moving forward for the next school year. We've worked very diligently with the first select woman and Marie DeMoss, and also with Doug and others down at town hall.
So I don't believe we have to act on this at our community level. This is just on our level.
Sounded
No, it'll have to be added. Yes.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. So,
No problem. I don't have any questions about the summary to press. I want to thank you, Mr. Martin, Dr. Condon, and Rhonda for the diligence that you've been paying attention to everything, and how we've been tracking. And we'd love to sit down at some point, either July, August, September, and just take a look at what we've learned from this last year and do that double check with the board, just to make sure, just so that we know that we're tracking. You know, I heard you say we're okay with the budget moving forward.
you need to see.
Yeah.
And you need to see actual costs. I totally agree. Yeah.
Brought up several
Do
months
that in
back.
July.
It's an excellent idea, and that is, the budget we developed in January, in which we categorize things, is your best guess when you're doing the budget in January. But when we actually lay out the budget, we have an approved dollar amount, $37,200,000 and change, going into next year. I think what's key is all of what we've learned between January, we'll go through the final collective bargaining agreements, and then we will get to a point where we'll say, okay, let's reconsider how we're going to allocate this, so that every month we're not having a discussion about budget variances that we know we shouldn't be having. We need to just reallocate. There's nothing that says we can't properly allocate the money at the beginning of the year.
Right.
Perhaps we could do that sometime in July when we have a
Right, I think it needs to start in July. I think you need to see, all our members, board members need to see exactly the complete expenditures, not only for district monies, but for federal monies. So that's what
That would be wonderful. Do we
Yes.
expect to be done with our contract negotiations?
No, but we
by
can
the
show
end of
you
July?
everything about that, but we can show you where we're at and
Okay.
where we, with each collective bargaining.
And I would also ask, I don't know who the proper person is to research what that kind of motion would formally look and sound like, right? Because we've already officially adopted the budget way back in January, but
I think
Jerry,
I think just being presented as we start into the new fiscal year.
Yeah,
Looking at the cost of salaries.
transfer certain
Yeah, I
things.
mean, you have a fixed dollar amount that's been approved by the board. It's your own internal deliberations as to how you want to allocate it.
we could actually even make a motion that says something like we're going to add column to the current year budget that says updated allocation. It could be something that simple, just to formalize
Yes.
that we're tracking on this column, not the column that we have in the budget.
Absolutely, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, that's great.
Good monitoring, that's what it's.
Okay. I second. All in favor? You and me, unanimous. I do not have any other additional report or comments. Superintendent, do you have anything to add?
No, not at this time. It's thorough, it's covered, it's also cover that.
Great.
Chris,
Rachel by Kristen. All in favor? Aye. Finance committee meeting is adjourned.
Welcome to the Seymour Board of Management Annual Awards. Please rise for the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep, and if everybody could just stay standing, we're just going to have a moment of silence for all the school shooting victims and all that. Thank you. Mr. Freud, I believe you're up first. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm proud to announce Mr. Fred Stanek as the Distinguished Alumnus for the class of 2022. Mr. Fred Stanek is a graduate of the class of 1972. His yearbook quote from that year was, "The tragedy of life is not so much what men suffer, but rather what they miss." And I'll tell you one thing, in the last 50 years, Mr. Stanek hasn't missed much. During his tenure as a Board of Education member, he had the opportunity to participate in the development of many awards, which I believe are the result of these awards are the ceremony. He served on the Board of Education for 32 years, serving as chairperson, co-chair, and secretary. He's always advocated for the children in Seymour. During board meetings, he'd make sure educators and students were publicly recognized for their accomplishments. He participated in the establishment of several awards and recognition supporting our community, I believe all of which are being given out this evening. In 1994, he established the Distinguished Alumnus Award. He has served as the chair of this committee for 28 years. In 2000, he served to establish the David A. Brummer Excellence in Education Award. He's helped with the selection of this recipient for 22 years. In 2001, he helped with the establishment of the John J. Gallagher Memorial Athletic Award. He has participated in this for 21 years. In 2003, he helped establish the Vinca Cobeza Excellence in Teaching Award. And he's assisted in the development of the Thomas J. Petruni Memorial Education and Environmental Award. And most importantly, he established a perpetual memorial scholarship in memory of his loving wife, Mrs. Karen Stanek, who passed away in 2019. Recently, Mr. Stanek had been selected as the 2022 Connecticut Association of Schools Distinguished Friend of Education Award recipient for the state of Connecticut. Having worked in Seymour since 2004, I cannot think of an individual that has done more for our schools. It is with these thoughts that I present Mr. Fred Stanek as a 2022 Distinguished Alumnus recipient. Mr. Stanek.
Mr. Floyd, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I must say, when I was selected to receive this distinguished award this year, I was very unsettled about doing so. I helped to establish this award in 1994. The first recipient was Anna Lopresti, who was principal of the former Maple Street School and became Lopresti School, now Sheffield Lopresti combined. I just didn't feel that I was worthy because I helped to select the recipients over the years. This year I was told that I was selected, and I was talked into accepting the award. I'm very honored and humbled. I really am. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
At this time, it gives me great pleasure to really honor tonight our retiring staff members. The dedication and service that they have provided for Seymour Public Schools has been outstanding, truly exemplars of academic excellence. I'd like to start tonight with Bundy, Mrs. Feige, would you please come up? At this time, we have two retirees from Bungie, and I'd like to really emphasize again the dedication and their service of many years to this school system.
Thank you, Dr. Compton. Congratulations, Mr. Stannon. I'd like to congratulate Mrs. Leslie Olsen on her retirement. If you can come up, Mrs. Olsen. I'd like to thank Mrs. Olsen for her years of dedication and loyal service to our students and to our community. Mrs. Leslie Olsen first stepped into the hallways of Mungate Elementary School as a first grader. She has wonderful memories of her time at Bungay, finding her way and making friends. A special memory for her was learning that the Bungay Bee song, which we still sing today. Mrs. Olsen says, "I feel so proud to be a Bungay Bee every time I hear that song." And in second grade, she was impressed by her teacher, Mrs. Mary Ellen Saluka. Mrs. Olsen made the decision because of her to become a teacher. And after graduating from Seymour High School, she accepted a position as a literacy reading tutor. Mrs. Olsen has also taught fourth grade at Chapel Presty School for 11 years and served as an administrative intern and assistant principal at Chapel Presty School. She also taught the talented and gifted students, and for the last 8 years, proudly, Mrs. Olsen returned to Bungie as a special education teacher. Mrs. Olsen says, "There's so many things that I love about Seymour. There's such a strong sense of community where everyone in our town supports one another." Mrs. Olsen is happily moving to Florida to be close to family, sunshine, Disney, and the New York Yankees spring training. We honor Mrs. Olsen for her 35 years of service to our community and to our students, and we wish Mrs. Olsen continued success, happiness, and the best of everything in her retirement. I would like to congratulate Mr. Dan LaForne, Bungay School Day Custodian, on his retirement and thank him for 20 years of dedication and service to all of our Seymour schools. Dan was known around the building as Dan the Man. He helped whenever and wherever he could. He took the time to tell someone that they were doing a good job, and he found a way to compliment others. He always looked for the good and had something nice to say, which would make your whole day. Mr. LaForme enjoys guitar, old-time rock and roll, and blues music too. He enjoys the Cleveland Browns and the Montreal Canadiens. More than anything, he enjoys spending time with his lovely wife, Cheryl. We honor Dan for his 20 years of service to our schools, and we wish Dan continued happiness, success, and the best of everything in his retirement. Thank you.
Mrs. Roden was unable to be with us tonight. Her son is a senior receiving special recognition. So I'm so honored now to introduce Mrs. Reynolds, Assistant Principal, Seymour Middle School, to present the next award.
Mr. Kaplan, come on down. I know I've only had the pleasure of working with Mr. Kaplan for a couple of years, but I'm sure there's hours and hours of stories that can be told about Mr. Kaplan and the impact that he's going to leave behind in Seymour Middle School. I think the thing that stands out the most is his passion for things within the community and his dedication to Seymour, whether it's talking about Veterans Day, Memorial Day, his commitment to the debate team, the softball team, and really, if you needed a few minutes of a story or two, Mr. Kaplan's your man. So with all his time that he has spent here at Seymour Middle School, he's going to leave a void here in our social studies department, but also within our building. We thank him for all of his years of service.
time, Mr. Floyd would like to make a few comments about his retirees this year.
Oh, yes, Sarah Morgana, what can I say? Sarah has been working in Seymour for 34 years. In the beginning, she was shared between the middle and high schools. Approximately 15 years ago, she moved to the high school full-time. As a full-time high school psychologist, she has helped us meet the needs of many students and has supported the staff through a variety of challenges. Her objectivity has helped us see things more clearly. Her willingness to speak her mind, and if you know Sarah, you know what I'm talking about, speak her mind while sharing her interpretation of the situation has been helpful. She usually gives great advice, usually. And it's always very easy to hear because she's also quite loud. When Sarah's not in the building, we often ask, what would Sarah say when we're dealing with the situation? We'll miss her dearly and wish her the best of luck in retirement. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight. Lisa Rubio has been working in Seymour for 26 years. Lisa worked her first few years in Bungie School as a paraprofessional where she called buses and supervised the students in the cafeteria. In 1998, Lisa moved to the high school under Bob Blake, where she served as a clerical paraprofessional for 5 years. In 2003, Lisa became the school counseling department secretary. In this capacity, she maintained student records, both paper and digital. Her experience in this area has made her quite the expert in finding anomalies in student electronic records. Her acute eye and corporate knowledge help us maintain and share accurate student transcripts, helping our students as they move into the future. We'll miss her dearly. We'll miss Lisa dearly as she spends her retirement between Rhode Island and Florida. And again, unfortunately, Lisa couldn't make it tonight. Lisa will be.
The next award is the Golden Apple Award that was established a few years ago. I think it's very symbolic. And it's a way to recognize hardworking members of the team. Okay. We did leave one out, and this lady is very special tonight. It's a special education secretary as well as a floating secretary, Mrs. Laura Steck. Would you please come up? Laura, we just want to say to you a very special thank you. And I know that Dr. Bull, as well as Linda Bella Vance, want to also say a special thank you for what you have done for us. And a big special thank you. I want you to enjoy your retirement. Thank you so much. Now to the Golden Apple Awards. We're first going to recognize a recipient who's done outstanding service, representative by each school, and this will be presented by each of the principals. Then I'm going to do a special district recognition along with Mrs. Tinsley. Okay, we'll start with Thunder.
Thank you, Dr. Compton and Board of Ed members. I would like to recognize Mrs. Rebecca Bennett, school nurse, for the prestigious 2022 Bungay Elementary School Golden Apple Award. Mrs. Bennett, please come up. Mrs. Bennett truly goes beyond for our community and for our students. She exemplifies what it means to be an outstanding member of the Seymour Public Schools through her actions as well as through her ability to inspire all that she meets. Mrs. Bennett is a nationally certified nurse, and this is quite an accomplishment. Mrs. Bennett is one of the most compassionate people I know. She's got an excellent rapport with students and is comforting, kind, and friendly to all. Many students, staff, and administrators want to visit her just to say hello. Mrs. Bennett's students love her, and she loves her students. Mrs. Bennett has helped us and kept us informed in regard to COVID. As a COVID liaison, she ensures the safety and well-being of all staff and students. Mrs. Bennett collaborates with the Connecticut State Department, the Naugatuck Valley Health District, and attends meetings with other Valley nurses and administrators to ensure that our district complies with any COVID guidelines. Mrs. Bennett is the school district's nurse supervisor, checks in regularly with each of the other buildings, trains new nurses, and works with administrators on health plans for students in each of the buildings. Mrs. Bennett is an asset at meetings we have on students, and she's able to share her expertise and provide resources for parents and families. Mrs. Bennett's been responsible in training and supporting the Seymour School District staff on CPR, AED, ALICE training, bloodborne pathogens, EpiPens, and the list goes on and on. Mrs. Bennett is an active member of the Seymour Lions Club and initiated a district-wide fundraiser that was able to raise enough money to purchase a needed vision screener for our district. Mrs. Bennett is the talent show co-coordinator. She arrives to school early to meet each week with students before school to practice for the talent show. No matter what, Mrs. Bennett is always willing to lend a hand. When we talk about superheroes, Mrs. Bennett, you truly are a superhero. And we're very fortunate to have Mrs. Rebecca Bennett as part of the Seymour School team and is well deserving of the Golden Apple Award.
I would just like to also add a quick comment. She truly is an exemplary district-wide nurse, and we're going to be doing further recognition for our nurses later before school starts. Thank you, Mrs. Bennett. Couldn't have made it without you this year. Okay, Chad Philip Presti, Mr. Electman.
Good evening, everyone. This is just such a wonderful evening. I just want to congratulate all the recipients of awards tonight. It's great that we have this event. For Chaplain Presti, our Golden Apple this year will be going to Mrs. Allison Brett. Mrs. Brett, please come forward. Mrs. Brett is a true team player. When we needed a teacher to become our replacement care teacher early in the school year, Mrs. Brett was willing to make an adjustment from what she was planning to do as her position. It was kind of ironic because she helped establish the care program back in its infancy, was our ABA run, so she's come full circle. She assists with a variety of situations that arise on a moment's notice. She has even ridden school bus rides this year to help us out, to help in some unique circumstances. Whatever we need, she's been there for us. She always gives 100%. We are very fortunate to have Mrs. Allison Brett on the CLS team. Congratulations, Allison.
And do the Special Education Golden Apple Award.
Good evening. I'm very pleased to present the Special Education Golden Apple Award for Dr. Megan Hoganowski. If I can ask her to come up, please. We've been very fortunate this academic year to have Dr. Boganowski working in the district. unfortunately, we're losing her at the end of the year to a new position as Director of Pupil Services for the Oxford Public Schools, which is a wonderful accomplishment. Kudos to her. She's had the ability to impact every single student throughout the district, all 2,100 students. She's worked in all 4 buildings. She's worked in the preschool pre-K program. She's worked in our high school 18 to 22-year-old program. Dr. Boganowski has pretty much done anything and everything asked of her, and then a lot more than that as well. We're going to be very sorry to see her go, but fortunate that she'll be in the neighborhood district, so I'm sure we'll be seeing her around. So thank you, Dr. Boganowski, for your effort.
Now for the middle school, Mrs. Reynolds will be making that presentation.
Okay. We are recognizing our custodial team, which is consisting of Dave Solello, Fred Kershaw, Tom Schutte, Paul Belux, Paul Hillis, Jesse Ahern, and Tyler Tomasella. I know some of our guys are in town. Every day, the members of this team enter the building with a positive attitude and are willing to help everyone with any need that arises. Throughout the pandemic and prior to, these individuals were committed to and ensuring our building was germless from top to bottom. Not always perfect, but fairly germless. Those kids get in the way sometimes. There's always a smile, always a joke, always someone willing to break down 65 tons of cardboard at 8:30 on a Friday night, or decorate our offices and the outdoors with holiday lights and blow-up decorations. The pride these gentlemen take in their work, as well as the relationships they build with the staff and students, is evident on a daily basis. We are so proud to have them as part of our SMS family.
Well, again, the Kathy Papazenko, please come up. Kathy was our selection for the Golden Apple this year. She's being recognized because of her dedication to the school and her students. Kathy is usually one of the first teachers to arrive to school every day. In the morning, she comes to the main office to check to see if we need her to help us cover any classes due to teacher absences. She's always willing to lend a helping hand when needed. Kathy goes above and beyond to help her students achieve. She maintains high standards while connecting with students, encouraging them to grow academically, socially, and emotionally. At the conclusion of this school year, Kathy will be moving to Florida with a wife, where she hopes to continue to in the education field. Kathy Papazenko.
Okay, this next recognition is really focusing on some people that have been working very directly with me during this past year. We're also going to be recognizing, as I mentioned, the nurses are going to be recognized actually next month. And then in August, I'm going to do a special recognition just for special education. For the director, our grade secretary, Linda Bellavance, and some of our staff, and paraeducators as well as special ed teachers and very special recognition. Actually, that will be in September. I'd like to first start out and just say a big thank you. I'd like for Mrs. Tenza to come up as well with me with this. I'd like to start the evening out with a lady that has been just a superb bus driver. We're very pleased with this woman. She is a phenomenal bus driver. I've actually been on her bus, and I've seen how great she relates to the kids. At this time, I'd like for Stephanie Hopwood to come forward for the Bus Driver Award, and Mr. Esposito. what a way to recognize somebody that's with All-Star, but what a critical part that you play, because without getting the kids to school on the buses, we wouldn't all be here, and it wouldn't work. But you're phenomenal, and my hat goes off to All-Star and their support, but you are one heck of a bus driver. You are great. Thank you. Okay, the next lady is just unbelievable. 33 years of just service that is unbelievable as the Director of Nutrition Services. She's not only recognized here in Seymour, but this woman has been recognized in the state of Connecticut in leading in her area in nutrition, and also she's served in state official capacity in official holding an office, and also has been very active on a national level. Cindy, would you please come up? Our great gratitude is Dr. Gallagher. This lady and her service staff have made this possible. She, again, even when I was not here the year before, got the meals out and things were delivered. Thank you, Cindy. What a difference you make. Tim Connors. Tim. Mr. Connors is a very busy man. He's a shared employee with both the town and also with our Seymour School District as Director of Facilities. Whenever we need Mr. Connors, he's here. And all of the work, too, that you've done with the building committee and with our booth and so forth and so on, and just what you do every day, and leading our custodians and the dedication, I just want to say a big thank you. Not only do you save money for Seymour School District, but you save money for the town. And I know First Select Woman Anne Marie feels the same. But thank you, Tim, for making it. Robert Dyer. Rob's not able to be with us this evening. He's en route, basically returning from Florida. I just want to say that Rob with technology makes a difference every day in our lives and what he does. During the pandemic, specifically before I was here, with the one-to-one devices and all the work that he did in making sure that your students and staff had the proper equipment technology-wise. So he's not here, but I really want to say thank you for the... How many superintendents? 6. I would just like to tell you tonight's program would have not been possible without Leanne Donovan. She's a lady that has made all of these awards happen behind the scene. I did talk her into a few more medals and a few more plaques, but we're quite the team. But without Leanne, and I know the board feels the same way, she's not just my administrative assistant, she's also to the Board of Education. And I know, Leanne, they appreciate you very much as well, okay? And thank you for opening your heart to me when I came aboard in August and accepting me. Thank you. Okay, very quickly, I'd like for Dr. Bull to come back up. This next award is very special to my heart because I feel sometimes we always recognize children in the gifted areas in the top 10, which is very special. Trust me, it's very dear to my heart as well, whether it's gifted or whether it's special services. But tonight is special because we're recognizing a most improved student from each school who truly has made a difference in the special ed department. And I'm so glad. I got to talk to some of the mothers individually Friday evening, and actually one of the students, which I really enjoyed the conversation. Actually, was a high school student. So Dr. Bull, would you come up and make these announcements?
Starting with Monkey School, I'm very pleased to extend this award to Victoria Clayton.
These students are also going to receive plaques. We didn't have all of them in. Each of these 4 students will receive plaques.
Next, from Czechia Presky School, I'm honored to extend this award to Charlotte Tucker. From Seymour Middle School, I'm happy to invite Ryan Renko to the stage. And last but not least, from Seymour High School, Elijah Manzieri.
Leslie, it was great to talk with you Friday evening. I know you kind of wondered what's the superintendent calling me about. It's really good news. Thank you. Our next category is the K Student Leadership Award. I'll ask for each of the principals, assistant principals to come up and make these presentations.
If the media shop is here, could you come on up? Anuya is a perfect candidate to be nominated for the CAVE Leadership Award from the white team. She never shies away from challenges and always puts forth her best effort in her classes and overall school setting. You can tell she had an upbringing that has taught her to be respectful, kind to others, help those in need, and that hard work always pays off. Anuya is a very helpful student as well. She is always willing to lend a hand helping peers, not only in class, but also in other extracurricular activities, like the debate team and student council. She participates in the student council to bring positive, this is her quote, to bring positive energy to the school through planning fun events for the student body. On the debate team, she, quote, appreciates how she is continuously being challenged while developing thoughts about the world around her and accepting it beyond her personal opinion. A perfect example to show how selfless Anuya is, this would be her quote. Whether or not I receive this award, I hope I inspire others to persevere and succeed. Congratulations. And our second award winner is Aubrey Watson, right here. Come on up. Aubrey was nominated by the Gold Team. She's an involved student who exhibits leadership both in and out of school. At the middle school, she's involved in STEM Club, band, the news, and student council. For the student news, she was one of the leaders that helped get students more involved in student news and to make improvements in the program itself. And she was one during the pandemic who helped us do the news every single day. Additionally, she spearheaded the creation of an 8th grade student leader group whose purpose was to improve students' behavior in the classroom and hold them more accountable. Not only did she come up with the idea, but she also brought the idea to staff and to administration for approval. She was integral in recruiting other students to be part of this group and implement a reward system to help improve behaviors in the classroom. Outside of school, you'll have to ask Aubrey about her involvement in the auto racing in the quarter midget division. So she helps building race cars for others and has even built her own. She supports some of the students and the children when they are racing. She exhibits leadership by helping some of the other children with their race cars and racing, offering her advice, assistance, and time. Congratulations, Aubrey.
Oh, we're going Katie Bruno. Like most high schoolers. Katie is among the top performers of her class. She is active in the community. Her experience includes volunteering as a 2021 Leukemia Society fundraising leader, serving as a youth leader for the Valley United Way as a camp counselor. Katie is active in athletics and clubs. She has been a Link Crew commissioner while also participating in both the environmental and home clubs. Katie is a member of the soccer team, being named captain during the 2021 season. She has participated in both indoor and outdoor track teams. Katie has received several awards and recognitions, including being a College Board 2021 AP Scholar with distinction. As well as a College Board commended student on the PS, AT, and MSQ. Katie, congratulations. Next student is Tyler Lang. Sitting at the board table, fancy. Tyler is a very conscientious student who engages in our community in the following manner. This year, he was selected to be the junior representative of the Seymour Board of Education. In this role, he attends all Board of Education meetings where he provides an oral report on the activities occurring in the high school. Tyler participates in several extracurricular activities, including Link Group, the National Honor Society, track and field, both indoor and outdoor, and cross country. Tyler is an active volunteer in the community, working as a member of LEO's, a subsidiary of the Lions Club and the Girls Club of America, as an assistant instructor at the Bush Band, and as a Festa volunteer at the Holiday Rosary Parish in Ansonia. Tyler has received several awards and recognitions. He was identified as a Junior Youth of the Year, Boy of the Year, and is being awarded the Presidential Award of Academic Excellence. In his free time, Tyler works at a golf course or in his preferred hobby of landscaping. Tyler. CAPS Award of Excellence. So while I'm here, I'm going to jump ahead. First for the high school, we have Katie Bruno, and I don't have more to say about Katie other than she's fabulous. They would need to come down here and do your exercise now. Should. And then for the CAPS Award of Excellence, I also have Benjamin Sepulveda. of the top 10 of this class. His volunteer experiences include multiple community service projects as a member of Boy Scout Troop 11, volunteering in Seymour Oxford Food Bank, and for the Trinity Episcopal Church. Ben has always been involved in clubs, including the STEM Spanish Club and Link Crew member for 3 years. He has participated as a soccer team and the CT Rush Central Premier soccer team, serving as team captain on both teams. In his spare time, Ben works at Prime Meadow Gardens as a landscaper. Unfortunately, it appears Ben could not be here tonight. Happy members.
I'm going to start with Ariel Zedek. Ariel, will you please? I have only one page to describe Ariel, but it could be many, many pages. She can easily be described as smart, focused, and a perseverant student. In her 3 years at Seymour Middle School, she has maintained high honors every marking period. Last year, in particular, she had one of her strongest academic years as she earned just straight A pluses in almost every class. Her math scores are also above average in all subjects. She states that being a good student goes beyond grades. She places a lot of value on getting involved and bettering the school and the community. She's involved in, I should just name everything, debate club, girls soccer, student council, the news, the glee club, flip the script, dance club, STEM club. Did I miss anything? Outside of school, she's a 2-year member of Seymour Soccer, an 11-year member of the Children's Studio for Performing Arts, a member of an online chess club community, a Yale parliamentary debater. She's also a debate teacher on Boost, where she helps elementary students understand the fundamentals of debate and helps kids gain more confidence in their public speaking skills. She has been able to positively impact the Seymour community in many ways. For example, through student council, she helped organize many fundraisers such as Penny Wars and Movie Night. She's also volunteered in her mom's dental office for the past 2 years. Many of the organizational and communication skills she learned volunteering there have helped her in other clubs at school. And overall, Ariel is committed to making our community and school a better place. And is Sophia Evers here? I know she was on her way. Oh, she's here. No. There are many attributes to Sophia Evers' character that make her a worthy recipient of the CAPS Award. First and foremost, she's a great student who currently has straight A's and perfect attendance. According to Sophia, she wasn't always like this. She has blossomed into an outstanding student, quote, with the help from SMS and through her own hard work, she has been able to get where she is now. She manages to stay on task while getting her work done on time, no matter the struggles that she may face. Sophia always puts forth her best effort and does the best she possibly can in regards to her classes. Aside from her actual schoolwork, she also works well with others in and outside of school. This is evident through the fact that she's been a part of many clubs, such as Glee Club, Flip the Script, Art Club, STEM Club, and even Jazz Band for a bit of time. It is clear that she loves getting involved with her school community, while being able to be part of something fun and exciting. Outside of school, she's also involved in other clubs and activities, such as playing softball, a member of a swim team, and also takes yoga classes once a week. Some of her other activities and involvement consist of taking piano lessons and volunteering for our local breast cancer awareness foundation called Seymour Pink. She believes that all these activities, quote, are super fun and make her feel bigger than those who she may be, especially through volunteering with Seymour Pink and knowing she's helping someone out there in need. Sophia does a nice job of trying to be a positive force in other people's lives, picking them up when they're down, and helping other people in general. Not only is she a good influence on her classmates, but she leads by example. After being nominated for this award, Sophia said, quote, I never really thought about any of these things before until I was nominated for this award. Now that I've written this down, I'm proud of what I've accomplished and I'm thankful for my teachers, friends, and family who helped me along the way. This quote embodies what Sophia Evers is about. She is a hardworking young lady with values and a maturity level that exceed that of your typical young adolescent. Congratulations.
Thank you. Isaiah Sand, I'm not sure if he's here this evening. Isaiah? Isaiah Sand is in the 5th grade at Bungie Elementary School, and it was with great pleasure that we recommend Isaiah Sand for the CAPS Award of Excellence. He is also this year's recipient of the SCASA Superintendent's Award Recognition Program. Isaiah consistently strives to achieve both academic and socially. He's a leader in the classroom discussions and a role model for behavior in the classroom. He's an exceptional student, works hard, and is always willing to assist. In his reading class, Isaiah often goes beyond the lessons on more than one occasion, has been known to come into class the next day with added research of facts to share with the class. In math class, Isaiah often participates in math talk and volunteers to work with peers who need additional help understanding concepts. Isaiah has also shared educational websites with the class to supplement lessons. Socially, he is someone other students gravitate toward when they're having an off day and just need that friend. Isaiah is a member of our Student Council Cross-Age Buddy Program and the 5th grade tutoring program. Isaiah demonstrates kindness to everyone. He's a friend to all. He's involved in the community. Isaiah has been involved with soccer, basketball, and flag football. He's also participated in the townwide parade. He's received a Bungie is Caring Award. Isaiah enjoys gardening and cooking. When he grows up, he wants to be a biologist, and he always strives to do his best, and he is a role model of a Bungie bee. It's with great pleasure to recognize Giada Snell for the CAPS Award of Excellence. Giada is hardworking and a conscientious 5th grade student who consistently and enthusiastically attempts any challenge that's presented to her. She loves to write short stories and tries to write almost every day. She enjoys reading too. She enjoys working with her partners. Her teacher says that she is kind and a helpful student, and she makes a special effort to include other students in discussions and group work within the classroom. She's just a natural-born leader. Giada's concern for others extends beyond the classroom and into our school community. She's a member of the Bungie School Student Council, participated in the canned food drive. She set up flags for the Veterans Day ceremony, and she's marched in many of the town parades. Giada is a member of the Cross-Age Buddy Program.
In many significant ways, particularly just by causing enthusiasm among the students for veterans and veterans affairs, the veterans events. When the Connecticut State Board of Education and the Connecticut Department of Veterans Affairs created the Remembering Our Heroes Teaching About Veterans Award, Mr. Kaplan took the lead and entered Seymour Middle School in the competition. The school won the award in an exemplary school, as an exemplary school in 2018 and 2019. Harvey has served as the head coach of Seymour Middle School Lady Cougars softball team for the past 24 years with a winning percentage of some 89.2%. He is also the co-founder of the Seymour Middle School debate team, and he has served as a coach of the team for the past 6 years. It is also significant to note that Mr. Kaplan has planned, organized, and chaperoned dozens of overnight trips to Salem, Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and other locations during his teaching years here at Seymour Middle School. Harvey was the Teacher of the Year for the Seymour Public Schools in the school year 2011-2012, and he was among the top 12 candidates for the State Teacher of the Year that year. Mr. Calvin Harvey is an enthusiastic member of the Seymour Parade and Defense Committee who works nonstop to present the Seymour Memorial Day Parade and Christmas Parade. I am so proud of my close friend Harvey Calvin, who I have known since first grade, and who I graduated with from Seymour High School with the class of 1972, 50 years ago. Harvey is probably one of the most intelligent people I know. He scored the second highest score on the SAT in our class in 1972. And when the principal of the high school, then Tony Lopresti, who many people here know, when Mr. Lopresti determined that, or found out that Harvey was the second highest scorer, Mr. Lopresti called Harvey into his office. Mr. Lopresti could not understand how Harvey scored the second highest score because he was not part of the top 10 of the class. Harvey said I could tell the story. Tony Lopresti, who many, excuse me. Well, I'm not sure how Harvey reacted to Mr. Lopresti, but I would have clearly indicated to Mr. Lopresti if I were Harvey, or I was present, that Harvey received the second highest SAT score because he was probably the second highest member scholastically and academically in the class, behind the best Victoria. Harvey is always ready, willing, and able to help anyone, especially students, and take on any task or challenge. The Seymour School District and the entire town of Seymour have been so fortunate to have had Harvey Kaplan teaching here at Seymour Middle School. His students have benefited greatly from his teaching and experiences, and I know he will be missed into his retirement, but I have a feeling he'll be back in some capacity. It is with pleasure and excitement that I present the 2022 David A. Brummer Excellence in Education Award to Mr. Harvey Kaplan, Senior.
There's a lot of awards tonight. I'll keep this very short. I'm grateful, humbled to receive this award. I'm very proud to be a product of the Seymour school system. This district is very, very important to me. My children who are sitting in the back, my son and my daughter, are also products of Seymour High School as well, graduates of the Seymour district. I've spent the last 25 years working with some incredible educators and staff in this district, and I'm humbled to be called upon to receive this award. And by the way, my retirement certificate says June of 2021. I don't have to get back this year's salary, do I? Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, up next we have the John J. Gallagher Memorial Athletic Award, and to present the nomination, Mr. Sponheimer.
Mr. Sponheimer is coming down. I would like to mention that these awards were established many years ago by the Board of Education, and the Board of Education Awards Committee decided this time, which Mr. Stamell is a member and so is Mr. Champagne, that it would be appropriate to the people that were nominating these people to be able to introduce and talk about the ones that would be receiving the awards.
Well, I didn't nominate you, Casey. But it's a great day to be a Wildcat, isn't it? Deirdre Sponheimer nominated you. A little brief history about John Gallagher. John Gallagher lived to be 100. A lot of you folks might not have had a chance to run across John. For you young ladies out there, he would always say, look at all the pretty little girls. All right? He gave out socks. Okay, I have a pair for Casey. Gave out socks to the athletes during their seasons. It was the biggest sale Robles had in Seymour. The socks each time John would do it. He lived on Spruce Street, was able to walk to French Park. That's where football started. Baseball still plays there. He was able to get there. Later in his years, after his grandmother died, John would ride on the bus with us to games. A few times I had to say, John, stop singing, because John would still sing. But he truly gave back to the community. John loved Seymour dearly. He was proud to have been retired longer than he worked, living to be 100. That's why your postage stamps are what they are today, because John's pension cost us to this day. Casey Surwich, John would be ecstatic to be here knowing you're getting this award tonight. I'm ecstatic. Casey was a great ball player, both baseball and football. Was #1 football player in the state of Connecticut the year he graduated, and on to Syracuse. More importantly than that, he has become a great family man, thanks to his wife Jessica. He's raised 4 great children. He has given back to the community much like John. John being a little bit older, Casey was able to get out there and do Little League, baseball, softball, Pop Warner. Now Casey is our Toastmaster at many of the athletic events. And I know John's looking down, Case, and saying congratulations. Congratulations to John Gallagher.
So I have no idea, but it is just a tremendous honor. We always look forward to that day when John Gallagher would show up to practice in the middle of triples, triple sessions. Not necessarily so much for the Sox, but because we had a break from listening to Coach scream at us for at least 20 minutes, so that was a plus. But if I could just say something to everybody who won the award, I love this town. Giving back is easy to this town. And it's because of so many great educators, so many great students, so many great people, so many great volunteers who give their time to us. And for the young ones who are still here, or the parents are here, grandparents here that have the kids here, encourage them to give back. Because it's just a great feeling. And that's all I got to say. Oh, and I really like this new superintendent a lot. She's fantastic.
Next up, we have the Cabeza Excellence in Teaching Award, and the nomination presented by Linda Belgian.
Good evening, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Linda Belvance, and I am the secretary in the Seymour Special Education Department. And I have the pleasure tonight of presenting the Vincentina Cabeza Excellence in Teaching Award to Mrs. Debbie Baldarelli. She by far checks all the boxes required for the nomination to be presented to this recipient. Mrs. Baldarelli, unlike most people who work in the system, we only wear one hat. Classroom teacher is a classroom teacher, I'm a secretary is a secretary. But Mrs. Baldarelli, over her years in teaching here in Seymour, has started to wear many, many hats in one given school year. Her first hat is Debbie is our inclusion facilitator. As an inclusion facilitator, Debbie is responsible for our special education and 504 students who reside in Seymour but attend out-of-district placements, our vocational high schools, any magnet schools, and any religious schools that are in our area. Her caseload is approximately 40 students. She is a liaison for the parents, for the outside school, and the Seymour district in order for these children to receive their special ed accommodations. She also runs our program at Seymour High School for our 18 to 22-year-olds. This year, her caseload is 5 students who are between the ages of 18 and 22. It's Debbie's responsibility to find workplaces for these children to go 5 days a week. We pick them up in the morning, they go to work, and we bring them home at the end of the day. This year, the children work at the Seymour High School cafeteria, Assumption Church, Bethany Farms and Nursery, Walgreens Pharmacy, the washing machine laundromat here in town, and Hidden Acres Horse Farm. Debbie schedules it, she meets with the students, she goes over with them what are good work practices, how you should dress for work, how you should be prompt for work, in an effort to prepare these children when they leave us at 22 to be able to go out into the workforce and become contributing citizens to the workforce and do themselves proud when they get out there. She also is the person who puts together our summer school program. She's our coordinator, along with Dr. Boyle. She oversees the hiring of all the teachers and the paraprofessionals. She puts together the individual classrooms according to the students who are recommended, and of course every year the population is different, so the classes are different and the needs are different. She arranges all the schedules for the speech and language pathologist, the OT and PT therapist, our social worker, our BCBA, and she also continues during the summer to maintain the schedule for those 18 to 22-year-old students who continue to go to work during the dates that we do run our summer school program. And also this year, in addition to those jobs, she filled in as a special education teacher at Seymour High School. Lastly, she values community service by getting her students out in the community to help town organizations where needed. She has had her children work at the Seymour Food Bank, the Seymour Historical Society, Seymour Founders Day, and with the members of Seymour Culture and Arts Commission with various projects that might come up in the course of the year. Debbie truly seeks to ensure our students feel they have a valuable place in our community and empower them to be the best version of themselves. And with all this said, I am proud to present Mrs. Baldarelli with the Vincentina Cabeza Excellence in Teaching.
I'm very honored and humbled to receive this award this year. I'm very proud to work for the Seymour school system. I've been in the system for 37 years, and I look forward to coming to work every day. Those of you that know me, I'm really not at a loss for words, but I honestly didn't know I had to give a speech today. But I am the person and the teacher that I am today because of the people that I work with, the staff, the administration, and most importantly, the students. I love my job, and it's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you again.
The next award is the Thomas J. Petrini Memorial Education Environmental Award. And to present that award is Roxanne Lindgren.
Just so you know, the email with all got said keep it very brief. Apparently I was the only one that followed that. Good evening, Dr. Compton, Board of Ed members, members of the Select Committee, families, and friends. My name is Roxanne Lindgren. I teach 7th grade science here at the middle school, and I've been asked to introduce this year's recipient of the Thomas Petrini Environmental Education Award. This year's recipient is a young man in 7th grade who can be described as a good student, a good team player, a respectful and polite young man, and, as we like to call students who do the right thing in all situations, an upstander. I would like to share a few quotes. He's a role member to others. He helps others out with their work, or simply is helping them as if they need a pencil. He is caring, respectful, and polite. I would like to say that he helps others in all situations. He accepts challenges and strives to improve his skills. He always has a positive attitude. And with that, I'd like to introduce Lucas Tetchy as this year's recipient of the Thomas Petrini Award. Come on up. Yes.
Okay, at this time, Dr. Bull will come forward, and he's going to present the Paraprofessional of the Year for the 2022-2023 school year.
I am honored and I'm privileged to announce the Paraprofessional of the Year award going to Lula Chowdhury. If I could ask her to please join me on stage. The simplest way for me to describe it is Ms. Chowdhury is revered by her colleagues for her work with students. She has, for 20 years plus, worked with some of our students with disabilities. She is known for her compassion. She is known for the understanding of her students that she exhibits. It's evident tonight how revered she is by her colleagues, as she's been accompanied by several of her colleagues to cheer her on tonight, which is a testament to her hard work over the years. Ms. Chowdhury has shared with me on a couple of occasions that she doesn't have to work, she chooses to work every day. And she chooses to work every day because of her love for children and her enjoyment of working with the staff in the district. So I am very pleased to present this award to the Drew Chapter.
I would like to really thank people who nominated me for this award. And I also like to thank my ABA, or now the care room staff that actually always guiding me. And also like giving me actually make me smile and go on, like encourage me to work. And thank you, everyone.
This next award is very special to the school district. I think it's the highest honor that an employee can receive. This person, of course, will go on and enter into the state competition. And tonight, on behalf of Mrs. Tenza and myself, it's such a privilege to recognize our Teacher of the Year, Mallory Dutson. Would you please come forward? The year when I got to slip into her classroom and show up with a dozen of yellow roses to Bungie Elementary and to that third grade class. When she saw me with the roses, she knew what the committee had decided upon. And I want to also say a special thank you to the dedication of this teacher selection committee. They're very dedicated, as well as our administrators. Mallory, you made us very proud. And my words cannot express what an exemplary teacher that you are. And she's a Seymour High School graduate, and she loves Seymour. She's still a Wildcat. Okay, so tonight we want to present you with this gorgeous lamp, and this will be yours to keep. And then Mrs. Tenza, I'd like for you to sit down a minute. This chair will travel with you and be in your classroom this year. So the chair is passed on. And we'll take care of your pictures.
I think I might need to start by saying I believe Angel McAuliffe told me there was no speaking, you just received an award. But I am truly honored and grateful to be a part of this community and this district. Again, like she said, I grew up here and born and raised a Wildcat, once a Wildcat, always a Wildcat, so I'm really, really honored, and hopefully I can fill this chair as well as it has been by all the past Teacher of the Years, and I couldn't be here without my colleagues and my administration and my family. It's just an honor.
I think Mrs. Feige why don't you sit in the chair? At this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Hatfield, our Vice Chair of the Board of Education. He is going to present this Board of Education Student Representative Award. This is very special because Mr. Hatfield himself was definitely a student representative on this Board of Education, and I think that makes it so special. Now he's a Board of Education member and quite an accomplished educator. So thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
Thank you, Dr. It's my pleasure to recognize our student representative to the board, Karina Weaver. Karina has been with us since October of 2020, and she's had probably an unprecedented opportunity to sit as we've made decisions throughout the pandemic. Not only has she been a member of the student council, but also the Spanish club, environmental club, yearbook club, National Honor Society and Link Crew. And hopefully, as Mr. Sirowicz said, that this will inspire her to possibly come back or move forward to her community even more.
Okay, we're winding down to really recognize our outstanding seniors at this time. First, I would like also for next really actually is the awards committee student representatives. I'll let Mr. Champagne give those certificates out.
Along, for this first year, along with parents, teachers, and board members, we had 2 students. So I'd like to recognize Victoria Saracino and Michaela Zedek.
Okay, I'd like for Mr. Freud to please come up at this time. These 2 young ladies. These 2 young ladies, of course, are the top of their senior class, 22. It's very special tonight to recognize you for your tremendous academic achievement. We have a special little treat from you. I have a print for you and a signature on the back wishing you best of luck. And also tonight we thought we'd go a step further and on behalf of the board we're going to present medals to you. So, Mr. Freud, would you please announce your salutatorian first?
The salutatorian is Victoria Saracino.
Graduation.
And the valedictorian is Michaela Zedek. Amongst everything, but also there's other members of the top 10. I'd like to pull them up as well. Starting number 10, Miranda Mailano. Number 9, Aiden Cruz. Number 8, Benjamin Sepulveda. 7, Mackenzie Sirowicz. University. Softball, no, not softball, basketball. Sarah Webb will be attending the University of New Hampshire. So she's number 16. Emily Zhu will be attending Storrs, UConn. Number 4, Aya Banca will be attending Clark University. Katie Greenwell will be attending Middlebury.
You're over here to the middle part of the stage. Come over now. And then we'll finish.
Are you guys ready to do your routine?
Yes.
Just kidding. Okay. Members of our top 10, 16 more guys. Our first kids how to go. Thank you.
Okay, this concludes our program for this evening. Mr. Champagne at Seymour High School, who joined me this evening before the program started. Thought it was important for you to see that the superintendent supports the fine arts and that I'm a former musician as well. But thank you guys. You're very kind.
Okay, we're gonna call back the meeting to order. Thanks for everybody for sticking around. First up, we just had some recognition for the Memorial Day essay contest. For Bungay, we had first place, Isaiah Sam. Runner-up, Audrey Gifford. For Chatfield Preston, we had winner Umstead. And runner-up, Glennis Backhouse. Sorry if I destroyed your name. At Seymour Middle School, first place we have Elizabeth Gotti. With the runners-up, Peyton Toki and Ariel Zach. I don't see any problem here, so congratulations. Next up is the student reports, so I'll turn it over to Tyler and Green.
So starting with sports, the softball team at the high school, they're going to be in the semifinal state game tomorrow evening versus Oxford at DeLuca Field. They advanced by beating Sheehan on Friday night at home. Our baseball team lost in the first round of states, so their season's coming to a close. For track and field, we competed in the state and NBL championship meet. The boys and girls both scored fifth in NBL championship meet. Jason Allen and Katie Greenland both made state opens and competed today. Select athletes are going to continue the season, including steeplechase, hammer throw, pentathlon, and deck. For golf, the NBL tournament is on June 1st. Josh Rodriguez and Tyler Yakovich competed. And the girls' tennis team season was over on May 27th. Lost in the state championship. For some Seymour High School news, we had our prom on May 7th at the Opera First. Exams start for the new classroom on June 17th. The awards night and scholarship night was last week in the auditorium at the high school. The honors breakfast is this Wednesday at the high school. And the Engineering and Manufacturing Car Club raced their car, at Lime Rock Park 2 weeks ago and placed second and third in the news for our two cars. And just as a side note, it was awesome coming to the meetings this year.
Any questions for Tyler?
For the seniors, we had senior picnic last Friday at Gallagher Hill. It was very fun. My favorite part was the lip sync contest. Watching them was amazing. And the senior banquet is scheduled for June 14th. Exam starts for seniors on June 15th, and graduation is the 21st. And NHS hosted a decathlon on May 20th. The variety of students that participated in a number of activities outside. And student council, the food drive for Seymour Oxford Food is not progressing as well as in the past. Has a new mission and
Very good reports. Could we still do the alumni hall of fame resolutions?
So this is your last meeting, right? Well, thank you for everything, and good luck next year, and I hope it's gonna slide down.
Thank you guys for everything. This opportunity.
She's going to hold the all-time record for the student rep that attended the most Zoom meetings.
Okay. Let's hold. All right, anything else for our student reps? Okay, next up, item 4, public comment. Anybody wishing to make a public comment? Comment going twice. Public comment 3 times. Okay, public comment is closed.
I make a motion to go out of order and for item 8A, the Karen Stanek Award, Mr. Alfredo.
Motion to move up an item on the agenda by Jay.
Second it.
Second. Mrs. Bruno.
We're just having a lot of trouble here.
All right. We moved you up in the order.
So where would you like us to speak?
Come on up closer.
We just gotta go. I mean,
Now Now just
discussion?
be loud.
All those in favor? Passes 8-0.
Great, thank you for moving us up. Now you can hear us. It's just hard to hear anything down there, sorry. Trish, Danga, and myself, we're here tonight to ask the board, we're part of an awards subcommittee for the Board of Selectmen, and we have an award that we'd like you to consider. Fred Stanek is the third member of the awards subcommittee, and we have an idea, and we present it to you as a Board of Ed, to adopt an award named after Karen Stanek, a once Wildcat, always a Wildcat Award, which would speak to a student in the district who is a good ambassador for our town. Somebody who does volunteer work, somebody who is involved in the community, whether it be athletics, whether it be theater, performing arts, music, and somebody who really represents themselves well in the school district. And we really think that it would be an honor to have that award named after Karen Stanek, as she and Paul Steinheim were the two who adopted that logo. Once a Wildcat, always a Wildcat. Trish, do you have anything to add?
Is it working? Not that I need a microphone. I don't need anything most days. This came out by accident somewhat. The Board of Selectmen is impressed with the awards that the Board of Education have come up with over the years to honor various people based on the criteria that you've set forth. So we were coming up with awards that we would like to do as a town because we were impressed with what the Board of Education was doing. Karen being an exemplary member of both the school and the community, a former Board of Selectmen, always involved, in her name came up in designing and writing what we felt would really encompass what she was about. We realized it was really probably better geared to come here and ask for the Board of Education to do this award rather than the town, because we would want it to go to a student who has those leadership qualities and that mentality, once a Wildcat, always a Wildcat. So that's the only other item that I wanted to add and why we're here asking for you to consider doing this from your board. Thank you.
And I can forward the language that the subcommittee has crafted for this award so you'll understand the criteria for it. And we sincerely hope that you all would adopt that as a board to add that to your stable of awards every year, because we really feel that a student in Seymour who is really active in the community, as Trish and I have described, and would embody that spirit that Karen had as an educator and somebody who volunteered their time in our town, would be deserving of, and we really feel it would be something for you all to consider, hopefully put through. And maybe next year, at a night like this, we're handing out the inaugural Karen Stanek, once a Wildcat, always a Wildcat spirit. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to move item 12, executive session, school security, up on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion by Jay, second by Ed. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Passes 7-0. We're going to take a short 15-minute break into executive session to speak with the police chief.
I'd like to make a motion that the board enter executive session to discuss matters concerning security strategy and deployment of military personnel and devices affecting school and public security. Only those invited by the board may be present in the executive session. The board invites the following individuals into the executive session: Dr. Susan Compton and Chief of Police John Buchatar.
motion by Jay,
Second.
second by Ed. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That's 7-0. Now we're gonna go take a quick short break. Everybody's welcome to stay. We should be back in about 15 minutes.
Tim Connors and I are here for an item. It will be 3 minutes regarding the Central Office Relocation Committee.
I'm following you for a picture, Dr. Compton. The paparazzi has spoken.
Dr. Compton, you coming?
907, item 5A is the building committee. I apologize, Mr. Stagg, but you have the floor.
Can I yield to Mrs. Brooks? She has some distance to drive home.
Okay, we can.
Make a motion to go out of order for item VII, G, and H, Mrs. Brooks.
Motion by Jay. Second. Second by Stefan. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained, 7-0. Ms. Brooks?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stanek. I'd like to recommend an increase for lunch prices for the school year 22-23. As you all know by now, students will no longer all be receiving free meals. So we're going back to what we were 2 years ago. In your package, you do have a copy of my budget along with the recommended lunch increases. A little bit about the budget. It's not anything that I'm truly comfortable with because I don't really have real numbers. We have served this year to date, as of May 31st, 331,000 meals with all children receiving free meals. Not likely that that is going to be the case next year once we go back to students having to pay. The reimbursement rates will obviously drop. Currently, we receive $4.56 for lunch and $2.60 for breakfast. Next year, for students who are full price, our reimbursement rate is 35 cents. And then the free is $3.66 and reduced is $3.26. We haven't increased lunch prices in quite some time. It's a big ask, but even that I'm asking for a 50-cent increase in meal prices, but even with that, it's not going to be a balanced budget. You all know where the economy is right now and what the cost of food is and the gasoline. We're still experiencing product shortages, but it's the most comfortable ask that I have in regards to meal increases.
I'll make a motion to approve the meal price increase of 50 cents.
50 cents.
Motion by Jay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jim. Discussion.
Yes, I have a question. Staff pay the same, I only see student full price lunch. Does staff have, is there a differential?
There is a differential for adults and staff. Currently, the staff pays $4 or $4.50. I'm looking at increasing that to $5. It'll be another 50-cent increase for
50
staff.
cent increase for them as well.
Yes.
Now, when you said that even with this increase, you don't think?
I'm true, the budget that I gave you has, I want to say, a minimum amount for equipment repairs. This year, I think I've only spent $6,000 equipment repairs. That's usually it's more around 10, 12,000. I don't know what the food costs are going to be. I'm looking at that budget has a 5% increase on food costs as to what we currently have. If our lunch participation falls a little bit, obviously we're not purchasing as much food, but there's so much unknown in my field in regards to how many students that are going to be purchasing meals. what the products are going to cost by the time we receive them.
Yeah, and then transportation cost too.
One of the things, and I talked to Tim a little bit about it, and I hope it's not going to come back and bite me, that this year, at the end of the school year, usually I try and run down the inventory, but I am currently purchasing food for September to have in the freezers before the end of school, so that at least I'm purchasing it at what the product costs now versus what it may be costing me in September. So at least I'm getting a little head start. I have the products in where last year in August, I was frantic looking for products. So trying to get a head start on that.
Yeah, I think in light of Jim's question, I think it may be we should amend Jay's motion to include the staff at the same time. I'm not sure it's wise politically for us to raise the price for students once, then come back later and do the teachers a second time. If we're going to raise the price for lunches, personally, I would think it would be smarter for us to do it all at one time. But that's my opinion.
I typically, in all my years here, have never asked the board to increase for staff. I've just done it on my own, but if you want to include it in there, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Well, I think politically it looks better. I mean, because people, read things and see things, and people don't know that you've raised the price unless they know a staff member or a staff member shares that information. I just think it's PR-wise, it's much smoother, but that's again
my recommendation for staff, adult staff would be $5 for their meals.
Okay, so I'll make I'd like to amend the motion to include the recommendation to make the staff lunch price $5.
I'll second that. Amended motion by Ed, and staff, is it not just non-student?
Non-student.
Non-student. Good with that?
Yep.
Motion by Ed, $5 non-student prices, seconded by Jim. Any discussion on the amended motion?
I just want to comment because we're coming off of 2 years where lunches were free, that I think it's really important to let families know as soon as possible, both now there will be a cost for lunches so families can budget, and also that process for applying for free and reduced.
So what I've been doing, and it was on the May menu and the June menu, is I've already put that notification on the menus. I've spoken at the Bungay Kindergarten orientation, and I'll be speaking tomorrow and Thursday at Chatfield Prestes orientation. And I've spoken to them all in regards to having to pay, but the importance of filling out the applications. And in speaking with Dr. Compton, I think we were possibly looking at mailing the applications home.
As well. Besides being up on the website.
Instead of mailing, through the chair, instead of mailing it, can we just email them?
Email it, send it out to school messenger, and also for those that need any mailing, then we can have that option as well.
I've also encouraged families, and I'll do it again tomorrow, even though we're at the end of the school year, if they haven't filled out an application this year, I'm encouraging them to contact me and fill it out now, because that gives them a 30-day buffer for free or reduced meals. Whereas come September, we're going to have to pay, and and it's just a nightmare.
And just through the chair there, the way Mrs. Bruno said it was almost I just want to make sure that the message out there is that it's not we as a district, it's not you individually, it's the federal government, discontinued the waiver.
Correct.
So we aren't sitting here saying we're reinstituting.
Yes, and that's the message I've been putting out there, that the waivers no longer, the USDA waivers no longer exist, and for school year 23, 24, 22, 20, for next year,
I think they
students will be paying.
May read this and say, oh,
The only numbers I insert with on my budget is the labor, the benefits. That's the only thing I am confident of, because there's no variables, there's not, there's insurance rates and all that were going up, so.
And plus the MRF as well.
And thank you, Dr. Compton. This year, all my employees were required to go on MRF, whereas in the past, there was only a few handful of employees. That increased my budget by $92,000 for next year. It's a small program, and that's taking a big chunk of money out of the program, and that's why it's difficult for me for the first time to come forward, even though it shows maybe $1,000 in profit on the budget. That's not a true figure. So in speaking with Dr. Compton, I'm going to take a look at it, and come January, when we're halfway through the school year, take another look at the budget and see exactly where we are.
It's so important that our students, and we really work on school messenger calls to everyone. Anybody that's eligible with this free and reduced is critical because of our funding with grants. It's just very important. And maybe we'll do a joint letter, Fonda, myself, and you, Cindy. I think we need to do a letter just emphasizing and supporting you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Kemp, because that's what I was going to say. For the middle school and the high school students, their families and kids are not looking at the menu.
No, they're not, and it's not going home with them. It's on the
Exactly. So,
website.
yes, communication for sure. And then just the other thing to put out there, is it in policy that this has to be a self-sustaining program? Is that how all lunch programs work?
So, yes, it must, in self-sustaining, meaning no money from the Board of Ed is put into it.
That's what, yes.
Okay, so there are districts such as ours that is self-sustaining, where no funds from the Board of Education are put in to offset expenses. There are other districts where they will either pick up the director's salary, or they will pay for some of the benefits.
Right.
And that's something like, I've spoken to Dr. Compton last week about this, because I'm really concerned. It's, we're not a big program. We don't qualify for CEP, where all students are getting free meals regardless of income. $92,000 is a big chunk of money.
Large
that
amount. Really is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And especially after, the follow-up with 2 years with all of the school districts with the free meals.
So the bottom line is really, it is a federal requirement that the food service program at the end of the school year, as you probably were aware, last year could not operate with a deficit, and although we paid all our bills, whatever money I did have in the account was transferred to the Board of Education to offset to help pay for some of the money that we needed. If we run in a deficit, you guys are the ones that are going to have to bail me out, and that takes away money from students, books, supplies, anything else that you need in the education.
Well, you've done a great job. I mean,
it's just a situation with just inflation and the money's going away from the federal level and then with all of the increases in birth that added.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say about this topic, most of which can't be solved tonight. I think it's a shame that any students ever have to pay for lunch in school. I totally appreciate where you're coming from, and I can see it in your body language and the way you're talking about this, that this is not something you're happy
I
about.
struggled with this.
This is painful, and I don't, so my personal feeling is I cannot support an increase, but that is not a negative towards you. I think that's on us. I think if we can't, I would prefer that we find a way to pay for all students' lunches eventually. I know that we're not in a financial position to do that right now, but I'm not going to start my conversation on this point by voting for an increase. So just want to make that clear.
Any other questions for Ms. Brooks? Okay, so we have an amended motion for 50% increase, non-students to $5.
50 cents.
50 cents.
What did I say?
50%, I thought. That's what it sounded like anyway.
$5.50, yeah.
50 cents for students, $5.
Yeah.
50% increase for students, $5 total.
Total for nonsense, nice. Okay, all in favor of that amendment? Opposed? Abstained? Passes 6-1.
Thank you.
And now we have to vote on the
Salary.
On the motion.
On the motion itself. So all those in favor with $5 non-student.
You could change my vote to yes on the amendment motion.
You got that, Leanne?
Sorry, I want to vote no on the increase now on the motion. I don't care about that.
Okay, so the actual motion, the amended motion, $5 total non-student, 50-cent increase for student. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstained? 6-1. And now the salary.
So next up, I'm asking for a 2% increase in wages for my staff. Typically, I stand before you every year asking for 2%. I wish I could do more, but as you see, I can't. So they've worked extremely hard, and I think a 2% increase is
Hourly rate?
what would their
50 cents hourly rate increase?
2%.
2%.
Oh, wow, okay. Excuse me.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2% our salary increase for the nutrition services program.
Okay, motion by Jay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Stefan. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, Mr. Stanek, Building Committee. And Mr. Connors. And Mr. Stramello. Good evening again. For the record, Fred Stanek. I'm present this evening in my capacity as chairperson of the Essential Office Relocation Committee. And like a bad penny, I won't go away. I keep showing up again. I left at each of your places at the table a copy of the engineered plan now for the office relocation at Seymour High School. Tim Connors put together the plan in conjunction with Dr. Compton initially, and now it's been reduced to an engineered plan by the town engineer. Our committee has met 6 times. The committee members, as you know, are Tim Connors, Ed Stramello, Tricia Danka, Peter Kubik, and me. We have developed a plan. We just went out to bid for air conditioning, framing, electrical, suspended ceiling, security entry, flooring, plumbing, drywall, and moving expenses. The funding for this project is being paid through the town's funds, the ARP funds, except for the air conditioning, which is coming from the
board's ESSER funds. We've been somewhat delayed. We held back on going out to bid for the air conditioning because the Connecticut legislature passed a special act 22-118 providing for additional HVAC work or monies for schools in the state. Mr. Connors explored whether or not we would qualify to use that money rather than the ESSER funds for the high school, and apparently we would not because we already have part of the high school air conditioned. So we're going forward with the RFP for the air conditioning of the high school. Our plan was that the central office would move by the end of summer. We doubt very much that will happen because of the air conditioning. The air conditioning work may not be completed until the winter time. We're not quite sure. We have to wait for the bids to come in. So our plan would be that the central office staff would move once the hot season is over, maybe the end of October, early November, because we can function without the air conditioning in the offices. And so we're progressing, and I think, let me say one more thing. I did meet with the central office staff at the end of April to listen to their concerns. They had a few concerns. We took into account some design changes based upon the central office staff. We hope the staff will be happy. And I think the security at the high school location is going to be much better than where central office is right now. Of course, the central office interior is much more charming than the high school rooms. We're going to be utilizing five of the traditional classrooms plus part of the life skills classroom. And like I said, we did take into account many of the comments that were made by the central office staff. And I must mention Dr. Compton's been involved in the project also. Tim.
You pretty much summed it up. If you have any questions, the RFPs went out last Friday. We gave 2 weeks, so we'll get them back the 19th, I think it is, or 18th or 19th. We're going to meet on the 20th to go over the bids, and then we're going to present them to the Board of Selectmen for their approval.
I'd just like to say a special thank you to both of you, as well as the instrumental and the Tom that's been involved in this building committee. I think you've been very dedicated, and a lot of things have gotten accomplished. Mr. Strumello, anything you'd like to add?
No, I don't think so. I think that the only thing when I heard Mr. Stanek just say that change there is the work will be done prior to the start of the school year.
Correct. The initial work, except for the air conditioning.
Any of the construction work and all that
Correct.
will be completed prior to beginning, because the worst thing you want is to have construction going on while the kids are in session.
100%.
It's just the HVAC piece that.
Correct, that's what we're going to wait on.
So I admittedly have not been tracking along with this project, but can you just explain, are walls between classrooms coming down? Because the visualization of this looks like there's like the size of the offices, Mrs. Tenza, Lisa, and Kathy, Mr. Bucci, it looks like that's a full size of the classroom.
Correct, it is. The reason we did that is cost-wise, because every room we divided up, they're not big enough to divide into 2 rooms, so we left them as one solid room because cost-effectively for the sprinkler system and everything else that goes with it.
I just can't even, I totally think it's awesome, the time that's gone into this, but this is so not a conducive work environment. I just think this is,
Yeah, splitting it in half would be worse. It wouldn't be big enough.
Just shouldn't even move in high school, but I will stop talking because we should.
I respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree. A lot of thought went into this project. A lot of people were opposed to it. People have come around. I'm just telling you, I respectfully disagree.
I appreciate everyone's time and dedication. It kills me that this was the best that our town government could make available to us. That's what kills me. It's nothing to do with the committee. This is a shame that this is the best that our town of Seymour can do for our.
And my comments to you, Mrs. Harmeling, are not about the committee. I disagree strongly with your comments. I think this is a very conducive place for central office. This was considered 12 years ago, and it was rejected by the then superintendent and the majority of the board at that time. This is a good plan. It's going to be much more secure for our staff. Our staff is going to have a safe parking lot to park in. If the staff is working in the evening, there will be security in the building.
Through the chair, I mean, not that it matters, because obviously we don't have a motion or a say necessarily in this, which I do disagree with. But I wholeheartedly and 100% disagree with moving special education into this plan. Would be the third time that we have spent money to relocate the special education department, and to me now it's going to be wasteful. We are continuously doing that. They were here at the middle school, they went to Chapter School, they were relocated back to middle school, and so maybe this would be the fourth time.
I would like to address that as a school superintendent. Special education is a part of central office. They need to be included. We've worked with the design. It's much better now, and I think it's going to be, in the end, it's how they need to function. They don't need to be in an isolated place in the lower level of middle school. We're all going to be together, and I think in the end, I think you'll be pleased.
But again, it has
I know
happened
it's
numerous
tough.
times. It's wasted funds that we've spent numerous times for what haphazard reasons. So to move them again and spend more money on that when there's other people that we could probably consolidate and save some room on, I disagree with that.
All board offices usually include the special ed services. I think you'll be pleased in the end.
And hopefully it'll be the last time. Jen?
Yeah, because they've moved many times.
Yes, question about the AC air conditioning?
Yeah.
The air conditioning will be limited to this?
No.
No.
Or will it be the entire school?
That entire wing will be done. So everything will be air conditioned in that building except for the auditorium. That's the only thing that's left.
But the other student classrooms will not?
Yes, they will.
They will?
Yep. First and second floor we're doing.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Because I would not have nice things to say if only.
I 100% agree with you.
Receive benefits.
100% agree. Yep.
Yeah, we couldn't do that, Ms. Garofalo. You're exactly right.
That wouldn't go over well.
Well, Dr. Compton, I'll reserve comments.
Now, second floor, we understand the situation, and it's very bad.
Correct.
My only question here is based on this layout. It appears to me that our HR manager will be sharing an office with Leanne. Is that accurate?
It's a satellite space for when he comes in.
Okay. That seems like the last place you want someone sharing space is the HR office. That seems like the one place you want to be private.
He's basically connected with me, and her office connects with mine, so that's the reason, and it's going to be a shared office.
Well, I'm just curious how often Leanne is going to be booted from her office because Chris needs to meet with somebody.
He'll be in my office when he's there.
Okay.
That office can be shared. Rob Dyer could use it from time to time. One of you folks might be visiting, want some office space, sit with your computer, you would have a private space to go into.
Okay. Sounds good.
Or maybe it'll give Leanne isolation.
Any other questions?
But just to follow up on Rand's point, what kind of work productivity level does that create in the sense that if you're sharing a space and you go in there to meet with somebody and then somebody has to leave?
Now, technically, he will be in and out of my office. It's going to be an extra space that he can come if need be, if he needs to sit down at a desk.
It's actually being done now. It's at the central
Right.
office, just at a smaller scale.
He will not be meeting with people in the space that has his name on it.
Correct.
So so if our staff members did need to meet with them for whatever reason,
They could go to the conference room across the hall.
Yes.
And it would be nice to have more, so you host meetings there.
Okay, anything else, gentlemen?
I don't know of anything else. Any other questions?
We simply wanted to report to you and address your questions. Thank you.
Good Chair, do we want to talk about another item for the auctioning stuff?
Yeah, it is. Do we have it?
That's way down the bottom.
Yeah, may as well.
All right, thank you.
Are we making a motion? You don't have an order again?
We don't have any, we don't need to take any action.
Okay, if there's any questions that need to be answered.
Just under consent agenda.
Yeah.
Make a motion to discuss item 6, consent agenda.
F. F.
Well, if we're gonna open it up to the entire consent agenda, I mean.
No, you want to talk this F.
2 minutes, the next stuff.
Okay.
So we have 5A and we have 5B. Any questions on finance, athletics, facilities, and policy committees? I don't see Dr. Boyle there.
Yeah, he just submitted his report. There's, shouldn't be any questions. There's only.
Any questions from special ed? Or for Dr. Tompkins or Dr. Boyle? No? Okay. Item 6.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Ed, seconded by Stefan. Any discussion?
I have a couple of questions on item F.
Sure.
So you want to remove it from the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Remove that.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw second.
Item H should be removed as well, I believe. Or, item C just be removed by H.
Let's make a motion so we can move.
Move to remove items F and H from the consent agenda.
Okay, motion by Jen, second by Jay. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? 7-0. Now we have what's left on the consent agenda. What is the board's pleasure?
Make a motion to approve this consent agenda, excluding items F and H.
Second.
Jay, second by Stefan. Any questions? Comments? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? 7-0, Leanne. Item F, auction of unused inventory. Jim?
Okay, Mr. Connors, I appreciate the time you've taken to share with us the items that will be put up for auction. I did look at the auction site, AAR.
Yep.
Right? Okay, I went on there, I was unable to find that these items for Seymour, or Seymour in general, does not appear on their auction list.
Because we have not listed them yet until we
You
get
have
consent.
not yet
No.
listed.
That's
Okay.
our way for your consent.
That clarifies that point for me. With respect to these items, I don't see headings, so I don't know, for example, where in the column, I'm reading this sideways, unknown, is that referred to the year of purchase?
Correct. Either a year of purchase or the name of the actual item. Because some of them are sold, like the chairs, they were purchased, I think for Chatfield School, the original purchase,
Yeah.
which were too small, and they've been in storage for
Many
8 years, 10 years now.
Okay, so we would not have a dollar of value for what these items originally cost to
Not really. The original cost, I don't have that. I
Yeah.
think we could go back, we could
Okay.
average it out, but again, we're probably looking at pennies on the dollar for anything we get back.
So,
It's-
with respect to, wood shop items, I can't address other things, but with respect to those items, if I recall correctly, they are unserviceable or in need of repair?
Some are in need of repair, some are outdated, but the majority of the equipment was actually donated from, I think, Mrs. Guerrera's father, who is at central office. He donated most of that equipment back a few years back when he passed away, they donated that.
Well, having some familiarity with woodworking equipment,
Yep.
I'm asking these questions.
Yep.
For example, you have table saws.
Correct.
For all practical purposes, a table saw will last forever.
Correct.
I own a 10-inch Delta cabinet saw. That's probably half as old as I am.
And a run another 20 years.
It doesn't die.
Correct.
It works.
Correct.
You just change the saw blade.
Yeah.
Okay. So with respect to repairs, it has to be somewhat nominal unless, for example, the bearings are worn or it's totally out of alignment for whatever reason and would be excessive.
No, understand.
Yeah.
I think the majority, they purchase new equipment, and I think that safety reasons, those are outdated for safety
Like
reasons.
shortstop, for example?
Correct, which they don't have.
You don't have that?
No, so they have new table saws, which are getting rid of the ones that they do have. One was the original from, the one they're using right now, which we're getting rid of.
Yeah.
And the one before was just a leftover previously, which was sitting in the corner. So they're too deep.
Excess equipment?
Correct. So which is still, they're outdated, again, they work, they're outdated, safety-wise, they're outdated.
Are there jointers in that same category?
I think those don't work. Don't quote me on that, I could get a list of what's actually working and what's not from the teacher.
Excuse me one moment.
Does anybody else have
What's that?
any questions for Tim on this? I don't think we need to go line by
No,
line.
no,
to all
no.
this.
Mr. Chairman, I am just trying to get a handle on, this equipment tends to be expensive. And if we are buying new, but yet any of this equipment is serviceable and would be less expensive to repair than to replace, I don't understand it, because in terms of safety features, the item I just mentioned, such as saw stop, that has a distinct safety feature for anyone using it. But a jointer, for example, does not. It doesn't have that. So I'm concerned about our budget, costs, and whether or not we should be getting rid of all of this equipment.
Are the items that are on this list, have they all already been replaced?
The majority of them have. Anything that they're getting rid of, they already have from previous grants that they just received, or they received in the past year.
Do any of these items, do we foresee a reserve price for the auction?
Honestly, no, it's tough. It's tough. We could set a reserve price, again, from the date of them, unless Mr. Garfalo can help me out and give us some sort of idea of a reserve price to put on something of that sort.
Yeah, well, normally you may put, especially at auctions, you can
Correct.
request a reserve price.
Correct.
Could I task the two of you to maybe look through that list and maybe set some reserve prices for?
I'd be happy to. If you want to meet there one day, we can walk through each equipment, each piece, take a look at it, and see what you think cost-wise. I know replacement cost right now is, absorbent, but
Well, yeah,
what
I
we
know,
think we
for
can get.
example, saws over, well, they have various levels, but you can go anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000.
Correct. Yeah. So yeah, if you don't mind, if you want to do a walkthrough with me.
I'd love one myself.
So when do these need to, is this like we can put these up for auction anytime, or is there?
Yeah, as soon as we get the okay, they come through, they take pictures, they, then they list them up and they put them up for, I think, a month. They put them up on the site. So.
I don't mean to belabor the issue, Mr. Chairman, I'm just saying, those were my thoughts, my concerns.
Yep.
And I am trying to be conservative in terms of the money that we spend, but if the money's already been spent to replace these things, then it's OBE.
But it's still money coming back to the board too. Whatever we do get from them, it does come back to the board.
Can we table or add this next month? At a moment?
That's fine.
We're not under a time crunch, right?
The only thing we are the carts and the chairs, because the carts take up like 3 classrooms.
Or the people need them first, they need to get in the market so we don't miss the buying season.
Correct. And same thing with the chairs. Well, the chairs have been sitting for 10 years. But again, we're paying for storage containers to hold all this stuff too. So at $225 a clip every month adds up quickly. So, but yeah, we can.
What do we want to do?
I think we should move forward with the vote. That does not preclude Mr. Garfalo and Tim from looking at everything together and talking about reserve prices.
Yeah, but we could come up with prices ourselves and then put them up there upon what we
I don't want
agreed
to be, I don't mean to seem or desire to be an obstruction.
No, I think it would help.
The board wishes to move forward with this, so be it.
You can move forward, Jim, and then you can go get anything you want squared away with him.
Make a motion to approve the auction of onions inventory.
Second.
Motion by Jay, second by Kristen. Any other discussion?
Can you repeat that?
Motion to approve the auction of unused inventory. Any questions, further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Thank you, Tim. I think
Thank you.
that's it from you.
Yep, I'll reach out to Mr. Garofalo. We'll meet up. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
And the other item removed, the superintendent summer hiring.
I asked for item H to be removed, as we have some people who are new to the board, and they may or may not even know what that means. There's no documentation here explaining that's what that means. So I just want to make sure that we're specific and or everybody understands what that means.
Well, I think I would just like to explain that this is something that's been put on the agenda last year. It has to do with summer for basically July and August. With hiring that was always bestowed upon Mr. Wilson and Vonda. Specifically when she was interim, I'm just stating in case of an emergency, somebody, I'd like to have the right to whatever. I'm always very, keep you informed about situations. Unless there's a problem, if you want July, then all hiring has to go through you in August, then fine, but this was done in the past. I didn't understand why it would be different with me.
No, again, I was just clarifying for people who are new to the board who may not understand what this actually means, because it could get a little dicey, and, you know, I want them to, and again, it wasn't necessarily, I think, we should have it in writing at some point so people understand, you know?
And I think it's real important, as much people that can be hired in July and August at the board meeting time, it's very crucial.
Most of the time, it's replacement positions, not the creation of new positions, because that's, we as the board are the only ones that create new positions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess as someone who's ignorant to this, why are the summer months different than the school year?
Gotta be fast.
And part of the reason sometimes is to expedite the hiring and get sometimes certain teachers in place by the
Okay,
start
so
of
this
school.
is about being agile and being able to move on opportunities that we would be too slow as a board to do otherwise. Is that the?
Normally, if there was a regular July meeting and the August meeting, to make sure that nobody would fall between the cracks, but we would try to have it, you know, on the July meeting and August as well. I know sometimes you just wait until the very end, and you've got a summer hiring list at the end. This is something due diligently guys in July and August, because we shouldn't be hiring that many people. So, you know, I don't want to give up that right of an emergency situation, but there should be a lot of people to be hired this summer. Very limited.
I just wanted to point out that we already have a documented policy for this, so it's right in our policy 4111. Yeah.
But I also think that we should, and tell me, Ms. Harmony, through the chair, does it say, speak to appendix E positions? Or athletics there?
All teacher, administrator, and classified full and part-time employees must be appointed while in hiring a candidate for an appendix E position who is not currently, exceptions to the above, and the appendix E citation is above that. So exceptions to the above will be made during the summer months between school years to allow the superintendent to fill open staffing vacancies, with the exception of administration prior to the start of the school year. So the answer is yes to appendix E, can also be handled over summer months.
Which athletics should be D now, I think it's called, but I think we should also put the emphasis on any coaching certifications that, you know, they don't have to wait, because I know we have had that as an issue where they've had to wait, and I think we should allow that to.
Well, that's a totally different topic, right? I'm not talking about the summer months. No,
I'm talking about summer, yeah. So if any kind of athletic vacancy comes up and it's not a new position, the superintendent should be able to fill that as well. But I don't think we necessarily have emphasized that practice. I'm emphasizing that it should be the superintendent's purview.
Okay. I just want to keep the board fully informed. That's what I believe in. As many that can be hired under the board's umbrella and the recommendation July and August, I'll do.
So, the fact that we have a policy for this,
Yes.
I don't even, do we need to take, I don't think we need to take action.
No.
Okay. Section 8. We have the computer science teacher, that new position.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that actually we're supposed to call that a technology teacher. Mr. Lucky emphasized that again tonight. This is something that was a part of the manufacturing proposal. This is something that we want to hire internal within the district. We have somebody certified and that we'd like to post and transfer, and then another person in another school has that certification to step into that person's position. So we definitely have a person, so we'd like to do this inter-district with these positions.
Make a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent of schools and the Seymour High School administration to approve the creation of a new teaching position entitled computer service teacher, CTE.
It's actually called a technology
teacher.
Thanks, John. I had it down wrong. It should be technology.
I'll second.
Motion by Jay, second by Ms. Harlan. Any questions, discussion?
So would this be a new position to the budget, or is it a reallocation of staff and we're eliminating a position elsewhere?
Technically overall, it's a new position, because what it's going to do, is one person would move to the high school, another person, there's only like 3 people that have this certification. So another person within the middle school can move to another position, and then it would probably create a content area teaching position, to be very honest, with you.
But it's
It's an addition, yes it is. And when we approved the manufacturing proposal and all that, that was for this one teacher. We actually basically discussed it and looked at it within the budget.
So I'm still confused, because I'm not sure it was answered your question.
It is
this a new
position.
position that
Yes.
we're going to be creating in our budget? That's what you wanted to know, correct?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay, so it's an additional position.
It truly is to get the manufacturing program that Mr. Lucky presented in place. And that was the proposal he presented that was approved by the curriculum committee to have the staffing position. Actually, it was kind of created when you created the proposal, but not the actual teaching position, because you must vote on that. To create a position, as Mr. Stamello, it's very important, because you're only the board to create a position.
So that's going to impact the bottom line budget. No, she said it's a new position.
It's a new
position. Put it in our budget for this year.
Salvatore, we actually, with that one particular position, we did not include it in the budget. It's an extra, actually, we looked at ESSER and different things from a standpoint, it's actually not in the specific budget.
Because we don't need it to be?
It will need to be now with this. We've looked at it, it's there, the money's there.
We can accommodate it in the budget. We have a couple of placeholders in the budget for positions.
2 staff positions.
That have yet to be defined or filled. So I can comfortably say that we can use one of the placeholders we have to fulfill the funding for this.
The other was an elementary position, just because of special ed. Yeah, that was in the original budget.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstained? 7-0.
permission on that. I'm just letting you know that we're going to send it out. We send it out to 2 newspapers and so forth. And I'm working with the attorney in regards about, we've also had another proposal in regards about a teacher that possibly can also do some partial services. But this is basically the same thing of our current contracted company, but it gives other people the opportunity to to put in a proposal for this. And then the board athletic committee will come back together, as well as the ad hoc committee in regards about these proposals.
I think it was talked about at the athletic committee meeting there, the qualification requirements. I know it says athletic training services / or individual in the heading, but under qualification requirements, I'm not sure if that part was added there, where it says, because it says respondents to this RFP must meet requirements, operates athletic training services with certified and licensed or license eligible per the state of the athletic trainers. That seems to be lumped into that same sentence. So I'm not sure if we need to add something or an individual. I thought it was.
Yeah, we could add an individual there again. It was just to put out in case there's a little clarity there.
Right, I just wanted to clarify that I think the purpose of the discussion for the other board members was to say that we weren't necessarily trying to pigeonhole ourselves with just a training service company, that if somebody was eligible and or interested and held the qualifications, we would still interview or
look at an individual as well.
But the way that it was written previously was that we were just looking for a company.
I would just ask the athletic committee, I do not serve on that committee, but I would ask that committee to just have some clarity around how student athletes access the trainer, that it's equitably being deployed across all the sports, and just the overall plan for the use of the trainer.
Well, again, to the chair, I think that that's a discussion with the athletic department as a whole was having, but it has a lot of budgetary restrictions. You know, we don't have an endless supply of funds. There was even conversation at the committee meeting, I think it was identified of middle school level. But, you know, we just don't have the wherewithal and our funds to be able to provide that. So some of it is high risk, some of it is, again, you know, but we'll see what happens when we get this. This might change a lot. If we have an individual, that might allow for a lot more flexibility.
So has the RFP gone out?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually going out tomorrow.
Jim?
I want to address what Jay just said. Title IX, you know, the sports world is not my gig. So, Title IX affects a district, correct?
Yes.
Whether the sports be at the high school, middle school, whatever, right?
Yes, you must adhere to it.
So, with Jay's remarks regarding limited funds, etc., budget, would we be held, let's say, in contempt of Title IX if we were to not include wherever sports occur within the district, but we didn't do that?
It's an equitable against cross-gender.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, you have to be very careful with the females in regards that there's.
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of sports in general, right? If middle school has teams and we don't provide a service there, then we would be technically in violation, no?
Title IX only deals with gender equity in sports, so as long as there are not an overwhelming number of females at the middle school and boys at the high school, it's fine, and the sports at the middle school are equitable gender-wise. There's one sport per each gender each semester, each season, rather.
Okay.
Then at the middle school, nobody's using that.
Yeah,
That's
right.
right.
I understand that. If it's not there, then you don't need to cover something that isn't there. But if it is,
Intercollegiate is
Right.
basically a high school level of having the athletic training.
Yeah, do we need to take action on this?
No,
No.
I'm just making you aware of it.
Okay.
And the only reason we went through this is to see if we could save money.
Right.
And we're not saying we're disappointed in the present athletic training provider, but we're just saying, we haven't gone out for RFP in a while, so we're going out and trying to see if we can get somebody cheaper. Hopefully it won't be more expensive, but you never know. That's the catch-22 of the program.
Yes.
I mean, the idea.
So, just for clarification, so if we went out already, then this is the document, and we're just looking for a company, we're not looking for individuals.
No, it could be an individual as well.
But it doesn't say that in the qualification requirements.
It says provide athletic training services, which does not preclude an individual.
It says operate, I'm sorry.
But if you're operating your own business, you're fine, it's fine.
Okay.
If I'm sole proprietorship, and I'm an athletic trainer, I'm operating athletic training services. We go to item D, because I believe we do need a motion for that. Yes.
So, and do we have the district physician, Dr. Brown?
Yes, we would like to recommend Dr. Brown for the district physician. Mr. Stramello was a part of that interview process, as well as Mrs. Tenza, Becky Bennett, Mr. Freud,
Mrs.
Kathy
Federer.
Fick. Yes. Just so happened that morning, the athletic director wasn't there. So we felt like the interview went very well. The services that he gave a really great overview. And I think due to a lot of just things in general with orthopedic and just the services that they can provide was well worth us going in that direction. Do it for a year, see what happens. I think we'd be very lucky to have this person employed. So that's my recommendation.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Frederick Brown, MD, as the district physician in the amount of $10,000 for the school year 2022-2023.
Motion by Christian Harlan.
Second.
No, any questions, discussion?
So we are going, this is cheaper than our former contract. Plus, it seemed to us in the interview committee that this gentleman is going to be willing to come to board meetings if we ask him, which was not previously done. So to us, that was a big thing. And he's even looking to see if through the Griffin Hospital there may be some athletic training, or they may be somebody that may want to bid
Services.
for services, or know somebody like the individual that Jay mentioned. So the committee was impressed.
We spent a lot of time with this ad hoc underneath, basically, under the board athletic committee, and Ed was able to be the representative during the daytime.
Any other questions? Jacob?
Yeah, just the chair, I think when we do the contract, I think we should outline a little bit more specifics as to what we are, paying for. Again, just in the last 2 years or so with COVID and stuff, we've had a lot more interaction with the district physician, or 3 years, whatever it is. But again, I think there should be a little bit more delineation of what exactly, we're looking for.
Well, a contract would have been great, but we just, situation. We just had to do a generic letter at this time. We'd like to later just kind of do an overview of what his services will be.
But I think before we sign, through the chair, again, before we sign anything or enter into any agreement, we want to make sure that we know what we're getting.
Well, you're getting a physician that knows what he's doing. He does the same thing at Oxford School
So
District.
I think Jamie was Jay, are you talking about
Now-
the physician, or are you talking about the?
Well, what we expect you to do, Jay.
Yeah, because we have a draft here of the physician, but it just says, we're going to appoint and pay 10,000, but it doesn't say what we're getting or.
That's how it's always been done in the past. Actually, it's only a letter.
But I think that we should change that practice,
Yes,
because
yes,
again,
move forward and get.
so before we enter into something,
I don't think we signed a contract with him, do we, Dr. Compton?
No, you don't. You just had a letter, and that was what was done. You know, he is willing to come. I'd like to move this forward. It's just a generic.
If we can't get a little bit more, then I'm just gonna say.
Does this need to be done by July 1st?
Yes, if at all possible. I would hate to think that we would deny this
We would
person.
possibly have a policy on that too, stand by. Because we've never, ever had a contract, we've only ever had a letter.
Well, you've had your letter.
Right, we've used the same person for 12 years, or for many years, and all of a sudden we're not happy with their services. You know, I don't want them also to come back and say, well, you didn't really tell me, there was nothing there to send, and now all of a sudden,
Doesn't matter.
I understand.
We could change the position for anyone we want.
And we could change the letter.
Yeah, but we're up against a deadline now, so.
We're trying to just expedite this and move forward. The reason for the change, again, is based upon the services and the fact this person is willing to come to board meetings and possibly to do some health clinic overviews and whatever. I know there have been some services good with COVID in the past. I'm not saying that didn't happen, because it did. But I'm just saying, moving forward, we feel like this is a great opportunity to try this.
And again, I appreciate that, but we don't even have it in there saying to come to board meetings sometimes, so.
It was discussed with him verbally in the interview process. He spelled out with us what he would do.
So why can't we put it in writing?
We could add something, but I really need approval of this. I don't know why, but it's just nothing more than being the district physician. It sounds like it should be in policy. It's in policy.
It's in a policy.
District physician would do.
Herewith are the functions of the school physician as approved by the Seymour Board of Education to assist the administrator with professional help and advice in establishing and carrying out a program to meet the health needs of school children. 2, to assist in the development of an adequate program and the required periodic health examination of school children, which specifically is to examine students who have not been able to have a satisfactory checkup. 3, to assist in the development of advice to parents. Goes on and on.
And it works hand in hand with the district
There's 10
nurse.
things. There's 10 things I listed.
What's the policy?
Oh, sorry, policy number is 4128.
So reference that.
So we can reference that.
And that's fine, as long as there's something there that's holding us for holding the doctor accountable. That's all I'm asking for. 'Cause we're paying.
So has the letter gone out to the doctor yet?
No.
No.
We just attach a copy of the policy.
Yes, absolutely. And bullet out some of the things that we talked about.
Okay. I forgot to make the, I think it was Kristen.
It was me.
I second.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. Next up, the 2 contracts for BCBA and,
These have been approved by our board attorney in the language and the situation with what's in these contracts. Just like to emphasize that, it has been approved by our board attorney.
anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I will make an emotion, oh my gosh. I will make a motion to approve the proposed contract for Mr. Charles Copton, BCBA.
I'll second that motion.
Arlen, second. No, any discussion?
What is the term contract? Is it 1 year?
This one is 1 year. He had received a copy of it, he was good with it. Both of these gentlemen have received copies and discussions.
Anything else? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? 7-0. David Martin, computer technical, just to write that.
Do you want a motion first or a question first?
Sure.
I'll make a motion to put the recommendation of superintendent of schools with a 1-year contract of David Mockton as a district-wide computer technician for the period of July, well,
I don't think this is 1 year, the other one's 1 year, double check this one.
that's what it says in the recommended motion.
Okay, all right.
So it should be 22 to 24, 2-year contract.
Yes.
Jay. Have a second.
I'll second.
Second by Stefan. Any questions? Ms.
Yeah.
Harmon?
My question was, why does this employee only have to pay 6% of his health insurance premium?
Mr. Bucci?
The contract follows the administrator contract. In-district employees, this is consistent in other positions within the district where there are not specific union contracts that
These
go.
are standalone.
I understand that. But why did we feel like we should change it to say 6% instead of it previously saying it will follow the administrator's contract?
Because there are two other in-district, right now there are two other in-district computer technicians, Mr. Martin and Mr. And Mr. Daniels. And we are trying to get the contracts to be standalone, consistent, as opposed to the administrator's contract is currently up for renewal. We don't want to tie to a contract that's currently part of a collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, I get it.
And we're trying to do 2024 and model up then all the same.
Right.
I only paid 6%.
All right, anything else? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 7-0. All right, donations.
I'll make a motion that we approve the donations from the Finders Keepers, the G&D Shellfish, the Seymour Police Commissioners, and the Gertson Haber family, and empower the superintendent to direct those donations to the proper areas as per our board policy.
Second.
Motion by Ed, second by Kristen. Just to call out, the monetary donation, teddy bears from Finders Keepers, G&B Shellfish, donated $100 towards vision scanner, police department, police commissioners, donated $2,200 towards the vision scanner, and the Gersten Haber family donated $75. So just wanted to make sure we call them out. Any other questions? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? 7-0. We already did G and H. Mrs. Danza, the reopening plan?
We are required through the ESSER grant process to keep our reopening plan revisited, revised, updated, and posted on the website every 6 months. And so we did it, if you remember, for the December to January board meeting, so this is to be in place for July 1st. And it's really just semantics. There were very few tweaks.
Looks good.
We always have the ability to go back and revisit it again over the summer and the fall if situations change.
Does it need approval?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the recommendations of superintendent of schools and associate superintendent of schools reopening plans required by the state and superintendent of schools.
Motion by Jay, second by Stefan. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, passes 7-0.
I'd like to make a motion to add to the agenda the Town of Seymour transfer request, a departmental transfer from the Board of Education to the Town of Seymour.
Motion by Ms. Harlan, and second. Second. Second by Mrs. Bruno. Any discussion?
This is just to add to the agenda.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, carries 7-0.
Sorry, before we go to that, we're still in information, correct?
Nope.
We're in discussion and possible action.
So mark that as 8J.
Okay, thanks.
And can I go ahead and make a motion, Chris?
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the departmental transfer request from the Board of Education to the Town of Seymour in the amount of $575,000.
Marley. Do I have a second? Second by Mrs. Bruno. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Name carries 7-0. Okay, item 9, correspondence. Just a letter from the registrar talking about district realignment. Item 10, I'm not going to say anything in my comments. Does anybody have anything they would like to say? Motion. Dr. Compton?
I just want to say very briefly, with the upcoming moving up ceremonies, Monday's June the 15th. We have Chatfield Lopresti, June the 20th. We have the middle school that afternoon on the Tuesday, June the 21st. Then we have graduation as well that evening. The caps and gowns are in. We'll get all of that to you, have it ready for you. We may just do a home delivery. Okay, at your door. So I just said I've been attending lots of functions. Ms. Timms has been with me as well. Honor roll ceremonies and kindergarten stars and just different programs. So we've been very busy. A lot of things have been going on. I attended, of course, the senior awards banquet and the alumni induction group and all of that.
Any questions for Dr. Compton?
Also, transportation contract.
Yeah, that's down below. Did you want to touch on that now?
Yes, I would just like to say that this transportation contract, just the official approval, it should have been instead of information. Really, I need your vote of approval for this. It's a tremendous contract. I just want to say hats off to John DeFore. It's been amazing. Mr. Bucci and I worked with him, but I can tell you, he has given us one of the best transportation contracts in the country, especially in the state of
Dr. Compton, if I can comment on this. The contract he gave us provided for 7% increase in the first year and then 4% increases after that. In the first year, the 7% increase has been offset by the fact that we've reduced from 15 Type 1 buses to 14 Type 1 buses, and we've reduced from 5 Type 2 buses to 4 Type 2 buses, which means that we actually will spend less money next year on the transportation contract than we were spending this year on the transportation contract, and then thereafter, the quantifiable amount of the 4% is roughly $50,000 per year on a budget of over $1.5 million. There is no other school district that I can find in the state of Connecticut that got a deal like this.
5 years. So I'd really like to have your approval to just accept this contract.
Sorry, I just have a point of order. So we're talking about, this item is under information, correct?
Yeah, it should have been in the regular agenda items. We're late getting through.
So, but that's what it says, so we're making a motion to accept
Yes.
the transportation contract, because that seems to be a big item that we're just brushing over. So I just want to make sure we're opening that door for that before we have other information. I thought we were still in the superintendent's report.
I finished very quickly because of the time element. This transportation.
Okay, we'll move on to the information. We have the
Yeah.
activities and recognitions, the renewal quote for the SNAP software, transportation. And the facilities committee had already looked at this, correct?
Yes, it was sent, emailed, everything. Yes, and they were present when the first contract, the proposal was presented. We actually met.
And I know that.
Bev was a member of that. She was there. She was the chair.
I'd like to make a
It was on the
motion
phone.
to accept the transportation services contract between All-Star Transportation and Seymour Board of Education as presented at the June 6th, 2022 board meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Kristen, second. Ed, any questions? Jim?
Yes. In view of the fact that
energy costs are escalating. Looking ahead, if there were no mitigation of energy costs, given this budget and we approve it, they're stuck with it, right? Whatever it costs them for propane
We
or...
pay for the propane.
We have a separate contract for
Separate.
propane that we contract separately with Santa Energy, which we have. We are actually in a consortium with Ansonia in Region 16 for the usage of one tank. We've recently concluded a contract for propane at $1.68 a gallon. We project, according to this contract, we're going to use approximately 63 gallons. The budget we put together when we did the budget way back in January was $102,750 for propane. We're actually coming in slightly under that at the $1.6878 that we were able to negotiate for next year. It was a very good deal. We also have added to this contract with the bus company a provision. You'll see there's one item in there, it's redlined, where we get a monthly report now from All-Star Transportation every time they fuel up one of our buses. Tells us the date, the number of gallons, day by day. That information is provided to Santa. Santa then bills us based on the actual physical usage of our fuel out of that tank. This is not something that's been going on before. We've been going back and forth trying to reconcile this. So we are doing everything we can within the constructs of the very volatile energy market to make sure that if we are using propane, we are paying for the propane we are using. We are trying to look at routes to make sure that we're getting the best coverage of Seymour with the existing bus fleet we have, which is why they were able to reduce one type 1 and one type 2. Aside from that, there really isn't much else you can do other than hope that the bus company keeps their buses up to mechanical efficiency, which they seem to be doing a very good job. But as I mentioned to the Board of Finance when we originally presented the budget, no one else is going to bid on the Seymour bus contract, period. It's just not going to happen. In fact, if you look at Newtown, if you look at some of these other districts that had gone out to RFP for a bus contract, nobody bid. And they wound up having to settle up with their original bus company. In the case of Newtown, it was All-Star. So you're kind of between a rock and a hard place, and no one likes to be there. But to Dr. Compton's point, John DeFore, the president of the bus company, who has been doing business with Seymour since 1988, who apparently has a soft spot in his heart for Seymour.
That's what I wanted to say, because I had numerous conversations, at least 2 or 3 phone conversations with this man. And out of the goodness of his heart and how he got started, Seymour was one of his first customers. So this place, this town is dear to his heart. And that's the big reason why, and loyalty back, why that he wanted to work with us. And that he has.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I just want to note that the Transportation Committee minutes did not reflect that it was brought forward to the board for approval. It just says update in executive session. It also notes that Mr. Champagne was in executive session but does not list him as being present at that meeting.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jane. Let me
So
explain.
that's why I was not really...
Yeah, it wasn't clear. The reason it was an executive session, John DeFore asked for it to be that way. He didn't want it out in public till things were settled. He wanted us to be in executive session, which we were. Basically, we talked afterwards. There were really nobody at the meeting. He just wanted to be very confidential. And that's why there wasn't much reflection.
That was over the phone. That was over the phone. I'm not sure on this. As a full board, we don't need a recommendation from a subcommittee, so
No, you don't, no, it's just, you know, what transpired with, you know, with that particular meeting to
No, I understand, I'm just saying, let's just try to follow the story that I did not, it was not on the agenda for approval. It didn't seem like we were at this point to pick a contract. And it seems like it's a pretty intense thing that we,
I feel like there's been multiple conversations about the renewal of the contract throughout the budget process. I think the committee has been transparent, the administration has been transparent. I don't have concerns about approving it tonight.
Anything else? No. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Carries.
Can I just ask a question? Are you empowering Dr. Compton to sign this contract on behalf of the board?
Sure.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I mean, if that's her, whether it's her signature or mine, that's her.
I think it, you know, to be the board chair
Sure.
as well.
Okay.
You can stick around and do that if you have it. I don't know.
I'll get.
We'll get it.
Okay, the rest of the stuff is hirings and transfers, some recognitions, and resignations.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I have a motion by Ms. Harmon.
Second.
Aye.
Whatever.
Give it to Mrs. Bruno. Any objections? Okay, all those in